Welcome, guys, to this is part one of what's going to be a SSF, mostly fresh start Aether Spellbreaker. As with the other videos, we are going to be keeping, we're not resetting the account fully, so we're going to have blueprints. When they're gated behind rep, I'm going to do my best to not use them until I acquire the necessary rep with the factions. And things like that, but we otherwise can use blueprints. I'm not going to use set blueprints, but in terms of like components and things along those lines, we'll allow that. So it's basically an SSF experience. Good day, welcome in, Viley. All right. Now we just need a character name. Yeah. Game of Thrones on my mind. Which can be Arya. Aether Breaker is about the most unoriginal last name, but describes a character. So, here we go. We probably do dual blaze heralds until we get the Theoden weapon. I don't think there's a better option.
You're not looking too bad. The body's you.
Grab the lore note. Get all that XP. Alright, we are a Nightblade. We definitely need dual blades. 1 point Veil of Shadow. Continue pushing. Points in physique for now. Alright, there we go. This guy's going to drop a weapon. Now we can dual wield, which should spike our damage considerably. Well, we got a scrap. That's always nice. Let's get Faldus. Rescue him. Yeah, thanks for the raid, Rolly. Welcome in, guys. We're doing a mostly fresh start, so basically it's SSF for gear, but I don't reset the account, so we don't have to refine blueprints and such. But when they're faction rep gated, I typically have tried to not use them until I have the necessary rep, especially if it's for an item. A little less strict with components. And we keep going with these characters until we kill Lokar, and then we switch to something else. No, this is the playtest. I've been running the playtest since the Acid Witch Hunter. So as far as playtest goes, I can show you guys. Dual Blades now increases armor rather than giving Fizz Res. That's the big Nightblade change. Oh yeah, that's also a thing, Viley. That's true. I've mostly been theory crafting endgame builds for PB, but literally don't have cunning to equip the lowest level trash sword. Wow. Dex Mex Tex, welcome in. Alright, so we need scrap in order to even do the Byloth quest, so we're just going to keep going. We'll get scrap for, at the very least, for turning in the quest where you kill the elites to Harmond. So we only need one more scrap, really, at this point. Yeah. I'm probably going to need to put some points in cunning anyway at some point, just to equip gear. But I don't want to do it unless I have to, because I want to get as much into spirit as I can. Because we're going to be an Aether build. It feels bad to have to use cunning, and Susie, good afternoon. Welcome in. Oh, by the way, did anyone manage to clip that Rolly almost dying to Dureni clip that I botched the execution of? I mean, Dureni does have a shotgun that's almost never that dangerous, but it's the closest I've ever seen to anyone dying. I think someone probably has died to that, but that was definitely spooky. Alright, we got a Slith Primal Ring if we get 3 of these necklaces. Okay, that's level 6. Best part of any Nightblade leveling, at least when you're using melee, it's when you get to put a point in Shadow Strike. Now we have mobility. Damage isn't bad either for a 1-pointer. Alright, up to 4 scrap. Ah, slept in. It happens to the best of us, Susie. Okay, got more Aether crystals. There's Milton. Resistant. Wow, it's not, it doesn't even have 2 affixes. Okay, Foggy Bank. Actually, I'm gonna go back. I think we missed Julius. Who's one of the elites we have to kill. Alright, so I don't think any of these guys are going to drop the necklaces. But we will come back up here, we'll kill Julius, then we'll get the shrine in Foggy Bank. This is my 4th of these mostly SSF type characters in a row. I'm missing my Lokar set. Alright, second Slith necklace. Alright, we 1 point Phantasmal Armor. Continue to push Mastery a bit. What's up, Master Halls? Welcome in. We do have a couple of devotion shrines that we should use at some point. Oh, we have 6 scrap. That is huge. We'll take the Flooded Passage. Requires us to fight the Shambler. Aether Battle Mage. Nice. You doing Aether Force Wave or something else? I know there's that two-hander I think you can use for Aether CT. This is going to be the classic Theoden weapon and Blaze Herald Aether Breaker. We won't be using SR set or anything like that. I mean, even though you could theoretically get that SSF, you just have to push SR, but I'm mostly going to be trying to use, random blues, purples, and MIs that we find. Cadence and Markovians. So Arcanist is just there for support then, and I guess you get weapon pool skills from something else, because... Okay, cooldown CT, and you just kind of wail on stuff with cadence when you're not using that. And we're going to start with Turtle. So yeah, just evade the slam from the Shambler, and if you're face tanking him, he really doesn't do anything else. No rocks to worry about or anything. Sheltering of Celerity, that's terrible. Hey, Captain Keen, welcome in. Yeah, we had a short stream on Thursday. Killed Lokar about an hour and a half in. It's up on YouTube. The Lokar fight should be near the end. It's more of a hit and run special than anything else. Yeah, some bosses just their skill set within close range isn't as dangerous. So we find Angram. Crucible DLC to fight who Master Halls. I mean, Lanka is just a massive pain. No, you just need Ashes of Malmuth to fight Lokar. Typically, what the Crucible lets you do is go in and access the Smuggler if you're not playing SSF. Okay, this totem's a little sketchy. I mean, granted, we have 1,000 HP, and they're kind of junk gear, but still. What's up, Kibitz? Yeah, Lokar used to be a lot easier to fight. Then they gave him Sunder on his main attack, which is kind of BS. This dude is out healing my damage. Well, was out healing my damage. We're gonna get rid of common and magic. Okay, so level 10 is when you can pick your second mastery. I seldom do this at level 10 because usually you want to put some more skills into whatever your first mastery is. But we might actually go Arcanist early here. Start getting our defenses and passive buffs up and build towards Reckless Power. Herald of Destruction MI and the Theoden MI. Okay. Hold on, I've got two of them that are endgame geared out. SR, like SR32 viable and such. One is Veilkeeper, and one is just classic SR set. So, I mean, this is kind of what you're going for long term. We probably won't get there because we'll be using more MIs and such, but so many builds, so little time. I hear that. Liverbane, welcome in. Yeah, we're doing a... I didn't do the full account reset. We just reset for... or we're doing SSF and not canceling out our blueprints. It's always good if you can... If you're kind of a weak character, you want to be able to separate these two. Spellbreaker is Arcanist Nightblade. Also my probably favorite class in the game. This is also likely just because it takes longer for us to get the weapons in question, going to be a slower start than some of the other ones. Yeah, I mean, is he beefy or are we just ZDPS? I think we know the answer to that, unfortunately, but okay. You hurt? Psychonaut therapy. Yeah, Archon is... I played a couple of them. I think Archon is better now than it used to be. Yeah, this has to be a damage upgrade, right? You make everything with a Nightblade, basically. Okay, Ulgrim is rescued. There's a lot of quests that I usually don't bother with on normal that I'll do on a fresh start. It's because every little bit of XP and random quest rewards, some of which you even forget, it all helps. Okay, somehow we still don't have 3 Slith necklaces, which is kind of insane. Just fresh start things. I mean, Nightblade has dual blades, which gives armor and a bunch of additional flat and percent damage whenever you dual wield, so... Unless you have a plan that involves not dual wielding, you pretty much always want to dual wield this Nightblade. Like, it's kind of the default state for the class unless you specifically want to do something else. Alright, we got some points to spend for attributes. I am going to keep some more in reserve than I normally do, just to make sure we're able to equip the Blaze Heralds when they drop, but that's a ways away. Yeah, I think we go up to 25 in Nightblade for now, and then we take Arcanist. I mean, my normal strategy is just get Spectral Longswords from Item Assistant and go ham, but obviously on a SSF start you can't do that.
That dead a creep. I need some time to plan.
Welcome to my work. Rift, you don't remember. Heck, I have to.
The captain send you. Well, he's busy.
Yeah, we get a bunch of scrap for doing that, which is good. Hopefully we get the third Slith necklace down here so that we can get the ring. Yeah, for me, Pneumatic Burst is a one-pointer until later on. I value the Mastery Bar stats as well. Yeah, playing with the skill you want to use is valid. But I think if I'm doing dual wield melee, my view is Shadow Strike is pretty much close enough that I don't need to switch to using Baranath until we hit 94. If I'm not playing Shadow Strike build. But yeah, like if you're doing Phantasmal Blades or something like that with a totally different playstyle, then I see the argument for doing it that way. But it all kind of comes down to how you prefer to play. And like I don't like respecking devotion, so like if I'm playing if I was playing a two-handed ranged weapon, it's going to be annoying to have Kraken and Hydra while you're shadow striking, because those devotions are completely useless while leveling. Poisoned of the Drangul. I mean, it's a ring and we don't have one, so it's instantly an upgrade for that reason.
Well,
and we now have a Circuit Breaker proc.
What's with Aether?
Greetings.
Yeah, the Shambler amulet is usually good, but in this case, Pierce and Aether and Stun Res is just better early on. Okay, so we're not going to use the shared stash, obviously, since we're an SSF run, which means all of our components.
Good, you're back. What am I? You
Go into a personal stash.
Warden
Alright, so we are going to 1 point the weapon pool skills. We are going to point Ring of Steel as well. And early on, we'll pump Physique. We will start pumping Spirit at some point, and we'll get the Cunning we need. We may have not rescued Luther, unless I'm... Yeah, we didn't, so that gives us another chance to find some Slith necklaces. All right. You know, it's kind of wild to go through Flooded Passage, kill Vyloth, all of that stuff, and still not have found 3 Slith necklaces. Yeah, like in terms of not getting the RNG you want for something that basic, this is not good, but if we don't get the Slits ring, we don't get it. It's good, but it's not like it's the only ring you can get. Alright, we got a shrine here. Let's one last... Okay, we got the Slith necklace. Very good. Yeah. Now 2 drop at once. That's fairly typical. Alright, so now we can go back to Whitemire. Turn this in. Alright, so this is going to give us Poison, Vit, and Elemental Res. And we'll go back to town. We'll see if we have any good components to throw on gear. Alright, we got one corpse dust. We'll use that for now. We don't really have the ability to craft too much. Actually, wait, do we get... Check again, just to make sure. I think we, did we bother? These components are just so inconsequential. Even though you should be using components, it's hard for me to justify. I don't really want damage conversion. I kind of want to just continue to boost damage. Yeah, for now, let's just go. We'll get the fabric. We'll get a couple shrines. We'll get towards Krieg. Okay, this could be sketchy. I mean, it's a totem on normal. It shouldn't be, but we're also not exactly powerful character. Okay, so level 14. We'll select Arcanist, and we will 1 point as Candra's and 1 point Inner Focus. We'll be pushing towards Mirror and all of that good stuff as well. we got a shrine here. And a level up. Hang on. This is actually a DPS boost. Did I see the energy weapons? I did not, Violet. Hang on, I'll take a look at that. Let's just do this totem first. Alright, let's actually get the next rift, and then we can take a quick look. Okay, rift gate acquired. Okay, that looks pretty cool. Yeah. Alright, I think I'm probably going to use a similar devotion setup to what I've done in prior Aether builds. We just need to get Tyrants or of the Abyss on something. Yeah, that's a fair criticism, Viley, I think. I mean, the most optimistic view is that this is what they're toying with as they're wrapping stuff up, but very clearly does not say that, nor does it give any sort of a date. So on the one hand, they kind of got burned by saying 2024, and they probably don't want to make that mistake again, but It's like I thought I think many of us assumed that Grim Dawn was basically finished in 1198, and at this point, any additional content is like just a bonus. Still be nice to have sooner rather than later, though. Especially since the Grim Dawn season seems to kind of be based on when FOA is coming out. Unless FOA gets delayed enough that they change that. I mean, we've still got more content updates for a what was supposedly a dead game than Ellie has received. Which is insane to me. Hello, good impervious. Yeah, this can go on. Yes, we're losing Aether Res Rate before we fight Krieg, but it's a better item. Yep. Shrew to Balance Steel. Mage Storm of the Void. Shrew to Balance Steel. I've got 6 skill points I could be spending here. We might actually get sundered by Krieg in phase 1 if you're taking so long to kill him. We're actually using Krieg's weapon. I don't know if I've ever done that before. It's kind of wild. Alright, finally, see you in a bit.
Is it fit? The warden's defeat is a great. So you must before.
Alright, most of this stuff is junk. We'll sell for cash. We'll go start Forgotten Gods. I've been siding with Drieg on these because when you don't have all the rift gates and you kind of have to go through everything anyway,
So, the three go.
it's a little less painful to do that initial quest. Also, these are all the lore notes for when you're speed leveling, which we're still going to pick up and read. Okay, we'll have Mirror at next level. Gura, welcome in. So my first two are Spellbreaker, which is Arcanist Nightblade, is my favorite class. So I'm probably going to do Berserker Nightblade and Berserker Arcanist first.
The emissary warned me of your coming.
Which one of the two, not sure, but those will be 1 and 2.
I could hear the.
Okay, Drieg, we're siding with you.
The skies weep blood and the earth rages beneath us. Where do our seers sing?
Oh, and of course, the one thing we actually want to do while we're here is buy metal augments. So let's go back and do that before we completely forget.
Come see what's left of my wares. Iron well spent.
Well, look what.
Put some points in spirit. It requires level 19, but Clerics of Spines is probably an upgrade. I think sometime last year I managed to finally get a of every single master combination level 100 on hardcore, but it took me a while. Partly because I kept going back to playing Spellbreakers and things like that. Okay, we've got 51% Pierce Res, which... Okay, we have 0 Bleed Res. That's not what you want to see in this act, I suppose, but... After this shrine, I think we have to craft some ward stones. Probably could have gone to get the next drift, but... Okay, you don't... He doesn't... I was going to see if he had a Spectral Longsword, because a bit of a Shadow Strike buff wouldn't have hurt for early leveling, but he doesn't. Kibbit, yeah, exactly. It's from the vote. You guys picked Theo Aetherbreaker over Malkadar Reaper. Okay, let's see if we can craft some decent components. We have 20 Aether Crystals, so that is something.
Well, you worked here. We have to hit them hard and fast.
Skinner Ring might actually be good for our build right now. Yeah, I mean, the low level one, I guess, is only 12% Pierce and a little bit of Ellie. So maybe not great. The elite one is actually pretty good. Okay, yeah, we I guess we do another corpse dust here. And what do we need for ward stone? I don't even know if we have the components yet. Searing Ember, Cracked Lodestone, Shield Steel. That we might actually be okay on. Shield Steel, Cracked Lodestone. Yeah, okay. We can craft 2 ward stones. We'll just be transferring these whenever we upgrade. Yeah, it's going to make our resistances look a lot nicer, especially bleed is now at least not 0. Can we make a silk swatch? 3 scavenged platings. And a serrated spike. Yeah, we actually can make a silk swatch. We're running low on scrap, but throw this on. Get our resistances a little bit more respectable. Still no Mark of the Traveler or anything like that, or ancient armor plates. Yeah, nice straight razor. But yeah, so okay, Pierce is 69, nice, and Bleed is 54. Poison, oh, let's anti-venom solve. Let's see if we can get that. This is also level 20. This is going to be Aether and reduced stun duration. And some armor. I think we need mutagenic ichor for anti-venom. Do we have 5? Yeah. We're good there. Alright, so resistances are as fixed as they're going to be at the moment. Good morning, welcome in, Rainen. Finally got a few components, so oh yeah, we're in the situation where we actually yeah, we don't have any Aether shards, so we could either farm Aether shards to craft dynamite or just go through Cronley's stuff anyway. Yeah, the upgrades to the dynamite chest is pretty solid. So we killed Balthazar. We didn't get dynamite for our trouble though. Oh no, we did get a dynamite. NSFG, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Any chance of getting a second dynamite? Probably too much to ask for. Maybe some of the Cronley heroes will oblige us. Okay. We now have mirror, so best panic button in the game. And we're going to slowly start pushing down Arcanist. We'll get Nullification, Mavens, all that good stuff. Yeah, this is the second Spellbreaker. We did the classic Spectral Longsword one before. And I gave Chad a vote between Aether Breaker or Malkadar Reaper, and they went with this. Yeah, we're a test patch. Uh, like I'll show you the Nightblade. We have increased his armor instead of Fizz Res on dual blades. Do we even have a Frozen Heart? Almost all the shrines are just no-brainers. You can just open them or activate them, but we may not have a Frozen Heart yet. In which case, we can't legitimately get that shrine. Yeah, so we don't have a Frozen Heart. Is Frozen Heart craftable? One polished emerald, one battered shell. We should have the battered shell, but well, we have literally one. Okay. I want the shrine, so we're gonna do it. Yeah, so 1216 is the kind of it's the patch that's in public playtest, so pretty much anyone can opt into it. And Crate is continuing to balance around reducing Fizz Res, increasing armor, adjusting monster Fizz damage. I assume it's basically all in preparations for the new expansion. Can lie to them to get a relic, but we're not going to. Alright, so we're level 19. We lose a little poison and Elirez, but we get +3 to Shadow Strike and dual blades. We get more Pierce Res. I don't know. I feel like this is slightly better overall. Let's see, our armor. Yeah. I mean, dual blades is damage and armor.
Keep your weapons bright.
Uh, Hold on. I did a 20 tips for beginner. It's like a 15-minute YouTube video. I'm the shameless self-promotion, but it's probably more efficient than me trying to remember everything. Oh, I accidentally linked the devotion 10 tips video, but the 20 beginner tips is on the same playlist. It's clicking too fast. Yeah, only thing you can't respec is mastery. So pretty much anything else, unless you're playing hardcore, you can recover from any mistake you make. Oh yeah, don't start on veteran. That is actually a very good tip. I think one other thing I would just say in general in terms of Grim Dawn is most of the people who stream this game are pretty friendly and welcoming to beginners, so if you're hanging out in other streams and chats and struggling with something, usually if people are able to, they'll help you out. So, I mean, the thing with Veteran is I think it does something like quadruples the health pool of mobs and doubles their damage, and you get 10% more XP for it. So it's making your life harder without giving you a reward. Whereas on normal, even if it seems easy at times, normal's at least going to give you a chance to kind of build your character, develop your skills, find some items. And then, yeah, at some point, if you think normal's too easy and you like the leveling process and playing through the campaign and you want to try veteran, go for it, but not your first playthrough. You can always make life more challenging later on. You're probably getting gear upgrades without even realizing it from some of these Cronley enemies. We 1 point Mavens, we continue to push. We're not going to have nullification quite in time for the Cronley fight, but we have a few unspent devotions at this point. We'll going to gonna double check my devotion plan. I'm going to be using the same devotions as one of my prior Aether breakers until it's a good reason not to. So I assume I probably took Fox for lifesteal. And that assumption is wrong, so okay, yeah, I guess getting Revenant, Korvac, and Sphere didn't let me take Fox. So we will we'll grab Spider instead. Alright, we'll have to take this point back when we next go into town to the Spirit Guide. When you're doing conversion to damage types, do you stack the damage type getting converted or the type it's being converted into? So, like, if let's say you're doing physical to fire, you want as much percent fire as possible because percent physical is going to do nothing for you. On the other hand, if you have full physical to fire conversion, any flat physical damage, like if it says 20 physical damage, is going to be fully converted. So you can add flat, and that's getting fully converted, but percent you want to have is the whatever your end damage type is. No problem. Happy to help. Let's see. Yeah, different ARPGs work a little bit differently. I know there are some games where you can actually kind of double dip on conversion. Grim Dawn isn't one of them. Would have been nice to get an Ascended Shoulder. We might have to come back and do some more Cronley. Yeah, this is going to be a slow fight. He gets his shield up. And we don't... Our damage right now is not great. We don't have any of the kind of build-defining MIs yet. Yeah, he gets his shield up a second time, which just shows you how low our DPS is right now. Incorruptible of Alacrity. Well, that's better than what we have, so... Yeah, we'll take this over the Vile Authoring. If you keep some of the crystal for yourself, you get one of these Aether clusters, which is a kind of panic damage absorption button. So we now have an Aether cluster on the bar. Yeah, we'll 1 point Arcane Will as well.
Come, friend, right to business.
Go see what's left of my wares.
And we have an ancient armor plate. Oh, which I almost sold to the vendor. Sir McRib, welcome in. And we're gonna take the corpse dust off this ring. Put it on the Cronley ring instead. We have some interesting-ish gear, but I think we're going to run Cronley again. But first, let's do Twin Falls and get through to the other side. Get some royal jelly. Boss in here drops a +1 to Inquisitor. Amulet with buffs to Stormbox. Given that we have complete junk in the amulet slot, it could be an upgrade, but we're mostly here for the royal jelly. Mage Storm of Readiness. Fixes our Pierce Res, makes our Aether Res worse. We lose Stun Res. It's not actually an upgrade. But we did get the royal jelly we need, so at least there's that. And there's another royal jelly. So there's a shrine here which we will get. It's a combat shrine. Then we'll go into Arcovian Undercity. I'd like to maybe upgrade our gear a little bit before we mess around with Voldrak. Because No damage. And being squishy is not a combination you really fancy when you're fighting a troll that can one-shot you. Yeah, like whenever you're doing speed leveling, you only have to fight him on ultimate. But when you're doing an SSF run and you don't have the merit to port around him, you have to fight him on all 3 difficulties. Okay, no more dread. I guess we fight him. I mean, the Spectral Battle Axe can't be worse than what we have now. But the healer needs to go. Shield of Celerity. Okay, that's of Celerity is terrible, but Chilled is okay. We're ultimately going to be an Aether build, but we're not there yet. Yeah, his side swipe is pretty vicious too, Voldrax. Okay, so Nullification's also one of the best utility skills in the game. Okay, so I think the plan is going to be do the loot request, get the shrine here and the next rift gate, and then we'll do a little bit of farming the Cronley area to see if we can get some upgrades for our armor. The crazy thing is the Warden weapon might actually be good for us, but and yeah, once we get the homestead, we'll be getting the Blaze Heralds. That boss will be a little interesting just on an SSF build, which doesn't have a lot of damage, but should be fine. Alright, we should just put points in dual blades. We are going to push for reckless power too, but dual blades is just straight damage and armor. Okay, these interesting pants actually. So these, we lose a little bit of Pierce Res, but we get Aether and Elemental Res, we get more armor, we get +2 to Maven Sphere Protection, yep. We'll get the next Rift Gate, then these are going to go on, and we'll do a little bit of farming. Really, I just kind of want to get the Homestead so that we can get the Aether weapons. And then once we get to Malamuth, we'll have the default attack replacer from Theoden. Yeah, Phantasmal Blades depends on having good conversion. Okay, keep the add-on. Oh yeah, we'll talk to the Spirit Guide to get our 1 point back from Fox. And now we can complete Spider. Now we can refund this. And with that, we should be able to work on some reds, get Viper. And then from there, we can get blues, get Widow, and other devotions. So, yeah, we're going to start with Viper. And could probably refund the yellow crossroads, but I don't think we have to, and I kind of like having a little bit more health. So on the playtest, they remove the conversion from the transmuter. So that opens up a ton of new possibilities. They also gave the Vitality version, the Vitality Phantasmal Blades crossbow. I think they gave it Chaos and Pierce to Vit conversion to PB. So I would do PB on the playtest at this point, or wait for, if you're not going to opt into the playtest patch, wait for the new patch to drop because it's going to be a lot better. And yeah, thing is, bleed and vit decay, they're both damage over time, but they can't convert into each other. Yeah. PB is on my list of things to try, actually. I'm kind of surprised I haven't done it yet. At least in terms of doing something with the new patch. Okay, so hopefully we can find some, I think it's the Ascended Shoulders. They give conversion. Literally same pants. I just dropped. That's the one downside of killing Durrani, is he's a guaranteed drop for these shoulders. But I still think the rep you get for killing him is better. Oh yeah, NSFG Gesture. I'm sorry, I just saw your question, but yeah, a lot of people are pointing you to Nightblade, which I mean, dual wield melee is a lot of fun. If you want to play around like a big nuke, you have Shadow Strike, which you can play either cold or acid, and there are weapons that add a ton of flat damage to Shadow Strike. For cold, it's called the Spectral Longsword. For acid, it's a Rift Scourge Slicer. Yeah, like Acid, Nightblade, you probably pair with Occultist, so Witch Hunter. Cold Nightblade, you have a bunch of choices, but I'd probably do Spellbreaker, which is adding Arcanist to Nightblade. Alright, so we didn't get any Ascended shoulder plates. We'll try one more time, and then we'll see what kind of items we have. Yeah, and I'm trying to not spend too much time farming, because the gear is going to become obsolete in the 20 levels anyway. Yeah, I did do a playthrough on Cold Spellbreaker and kind of like a build guide on a specific version of the Cold Spellbreaker that I enjoyed, which has some leveling and other things in it. But yeah, I've been doing Fresh Start Nightblades for the past... gosh, they've been about 6 streams per one, so... I think this is week 7 of me doing this. Yeah, Arcanist is a great utility class. Invulnerability button and debuff removal button. Plus damage absorption from Mavens. Yeah, well, might as well be taking the dynamite. You can craft dynamite, but requires Aether shards, which if you don't have them, you have to craft them or you have to farm them. And I'd rather spend my iron on more useful things. Alright, level 14, level 12. Like, we really could use some upgraded weapons. Okay, we have an elite who doesn't want to drop me anything. And another elite that doesn't want to drop me anything. All right, we'll click this totem. All right, so this gives us Pierce and Chaos Res and more armor. This gives us Vit Chaos, reduced burn duration. I feel like these are probably better. Go back to town, sort out some minor gear upgrades. Okay, so these boots are giving us our only like poison res. They're terrible armor wise, but so this suggests that This is a DPS loss. I don't actually... No, we lose the attack speed. Okay. Yeah, I think the leech is just straight up an improvement. We need it, so... Okay, we get a Ooh, probably take Unholy Inscription for the Leech and the Vit and Bleed Res. Sell. Alright, we don't need Pierce Res right now, so... can actually kind of afford to, do something with our metal. I think this Balthazar metal is better. So... I'm going to swap out the Wardstone. Find a better helm as well. I mean, we still have this absolute junk belt, but... let's see. Pierce Elemental. This gives us Chaos Elemental, which is nice. This gives us health and DA. Pierce Aether Chaos. Yeah, I think this is going to win. And since we reset the session, we probably can make a runestone for the helm now. Welcome in, Morndale. Mirror, Nullification, Maven Spear Protection, OA and Spirit. Like, so much of Arcanist has utility. I think you're misunderstanding what we mean by utility, Morndale. We're talking about in terms of being able to provide support. And the things I mentioned all do that very well. And Runestone. This requires level 24, right? I mean, Demo has Blast Shield. And, I mean, Cocktail is a nice skill, sure, but I feel like that's a slightly different discussion. I'm pretty sure my Cold Saboteur, for instance, does not use Cocktail, even as good of a... It's a very good leveling skill, but... So yeah, I think it's fair to say that the actual damage skills in Arcanist aren't always the best. I think of them, I think CT and, well, Panay supposedly has been buffed, so I don't know, but... I don't know. I've had a lot of success with Blackwater Cocktail, which yes is a utility spell. It's also when appropriately buffed does very good damage. Like for me, I would say CT and Trojans I think are the best skills that Arcanist has from a damage perspective. I may just be biased against Panetti's and haven't tried it on the new patch. But, I mean, Cocktail is amazing. Mirrors up. Jesus, War Cry is like tanking half our health. Mirror. Hey, how's it going? Welcome in, Matty boy. We're getting there slowly. Mighty of Ulzuin's Flame. It just feels so bad that we lose our only poison res if we drop these boots. Not our only poison res, but you know what I mean. Alright, so we killed Voldrak. It took forever. How's it going, Kronz? Yeah, that was it's quite the drawn-out Voldrak fight. Good items to put on armor and weapons. So some of these, I forget sometimes which things a blacksmith can just craft by default without needing to buy blueprints. But like if you're doing cold weapons, you want unless you need resistances, you want cold stones. If you're doing acid weapons, unless you need resistances, you want vitriolic gallstones. Generally, look for stuff that supports whatever your main damage type is for your weapons. For armor, probably an anti-venom salve on the belt. Ancient armor plate for more armor absorption on leg armor. Chest, probably once you get it, Chains of Oleron. Shoulders can do more armor absorption, or a silk swatch for pierce and bleed res. Amulets and medals, you have something called a ward stone, which gives elemental and bleed res, which is usually pretty good. So yeah, like weapons look for support for your damage type. Other things look for resistances or armor absorption. And if you want to find something that supports skills, if you go to grimtools.com to the item database, it'll have item skill modifiers. And it'll also, if you just search for the skill in question, it'll show you anything that has plus to that. Because boosting your skills is a good way to boost damage early on. See what happens. We go down to 54%. It increases our armor. Yeah, we lose some poison res. I'm not thrilled about, but we have to lose something. And we want to get armor. Also really want gloves. This is just 6% pierce res. I mean, really. Yeah, we feel the lack of poison res a little bit there. So let's not stand in the poison pools. How much dynamite do we have? We got 9. Okay, yeah, we can do that. Ancient Heart and a Blood, very nice. Stalwart of Maven's Wit. Yeah. These go on. Do we have so we do have lifesteal from our weapon, but the second we swap that out, we're going to lose our lifesteal. I think we'll have to take an Unholy Inscription on the gloves. Avoid the poison pools. Alright, we just continue to push Arcanist. And we'll take Viper. Hang on, of Tormented Souls. For a second I thought that might be useful for us, but it's not. Alright, so the amalgamation, sorry, not the amalgamation, the Herald of the Flame is our target here. So until we get the Theoden weapon, we'll be dual wielding the Blaze Heralds.
These are so how good work. I wasn't sure you'd. I wish I'm going to.
I'll skip the pleasant. The Legion is split on two.
Okay, we were massively underleveled here. I'm actually going to do Pine Barrens first. Yeah, this is gonna take us quite a bit to get through. Thing is, at the end of 2 weeks, it's going to be time for the PoE 2 season, which I might actually play, especially since there's supposed to be a new class available. So I may do a little bit of PoE 2, take like a week off from Grim Dawn. We killed the mob, but we didn't click on the corpse, so even though it's not the most efficient use of our time, we're not speed leveling, so I'm going to do it anyway. Okay. Alright, now we go back to Prospector's Trail. We should have the dynamite, which we do, so we can do Pine Barrens. Yeah, these guys aren't level 35, so that's a bit better. Yeah, indeed it is going to be interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably stream PoE 2 for about a week. And then go back to streaming Grim Dawn. I may play some PoE 2 when I'm not streaming, but or maybe do like one PoE 2 stream a week if I'm actually enjoying the season. No, I haven't played Last Epoch. I describe myself as very impatient with the pace of development in that game. I feel like they had their chance to really make their mark, and because they went 1.0 when D4 was still struggling before PoE 2 came out, and I feel like there are things that they needed to urgently update that just did not get urgently updated. So it's a game with some really cool ideas, and also some stuff that's probably infuriating. It's like, the thing is, if you like it, that's fine. But I'm kind of waiting to see them get to a point, if they ever get there, where I could look, even if I don't need a new ARPG, I kind of want it to be something that could be a new ARPG for me. Like right now, my feeling on Last Epoch is I'd buy it, I'd download it, I'd play through one character, maybe I'd get to endgame, maybe not, and say, okay, that was interesting. Titan Quest 2 I will try, but I'm going to try it when it has more than 3 masteries. Like, once it's at a point where, you know, if you have 5 masteries, that's 10 different class combinations. If you have 3 masteries, that's literally 3 class combinations. So even, like, if their plan is 10 and they get to 5, that at least gives you some variety. I did see some people playing the demo. It looked cool. I heard about it destroying someone's graphics card, so it's a little scary, but hopefully that's a limited issue and that's something that they fix before it goes into full EA. Yeah, that's... I'd agree with that, Philo. Mighty of Soul Warding Amulet. And this is +1 to all skills in Arcanist. We lose some resistance, some stun res and such, but I feel like this is worth it. Well, yeah, we'll take the treasure trove. So, go to town, sell some stuff. Use our new devotion points. Alright, we're 1 away from getting a nice OA boost.
We'll see what's left of Dark West.
This requires 32, so we can't even equip it for a while. Even if we wanted to. Okay, I think I'm gonna use these boots. They're better resistances. There's a tiny bit of armor, but yeah, it's just a massive upgrade. Basically fixes our poison res. We'll we'll do the unholy inscription for lifesteal in the gloves. That's going to fix our vit res. Is also going to fix our bleed res. So a little more OA, I think, as well from them. Yeah. So we'll do the Tyrant's Hold, Kill Blood Feast, and once we do that, we can turn those in, get a couple more levels, and we may even do a little more at Homestead before we go into the Herald's area. Yeah, definitely waiting for the Grimdawn expansion. I'm pretty much not trying not to think about when it's going to come out, because that's just a road that's going to lead to disappointment. But knowing that it's there at some point and I'm still having a blast with the game as it is, it's kind of good enough for me. Alright, we gotta make sure there's no healers around when we fight Blood Feast. We desperately need to upgrade our weapons. This is... I don't even remember what I normally do for Aether Breaker. Alright, let's hopefully get a couple levels out of this. If we could get a slicer, that would actually probably be a nice upgrade, even temporarily. Alright, we got 10. Okay, we got another devotion point. Let's finish Viper. Wrong way. Yeah, we'll go up here and over. All right, we'll just we'll continue here. Maybe we'll get a, like I said, a slicer. Of course, now that we want a level 24 one, they'll probably only drop level 32. That tends to be how it goes. Okay, so we get a shrine here, and maybe an upgrade at weapon for a moment. Hey, welcome in, Max. How's it going? Yeah, this is it's going to be good. This is the slowest start we've had, though, I will have to say. Just Corrosive of the Void. Warped of Alacrity. Puncturing of Sanctification. These are level 32. This one is not, though. Yeah, the MI support really doesn't come online until, like, I think Blaze Herald, I think you have to be 35. And then, the Rift Scourge Slicers and Spectral Longswords you can get at level 20, basically Act 2-ish. And your damage just skyrockets once you have those. Even Pierce, you get Derp Slicers. And that's your main item for the rest of the game. Yeah, my thought with the Warden thing is at this point it's going to be level 32, at which point I'd almost rather just have the Derp Slicer. Look, let's see. Yeah, mean, I'm just going to put the two of these on. I think this is still a damage upgrade. Yeah, Warden will scale up to, I think, 30 something in normal. Harmonious of Mending is okay. Because usually when you do the low car set speed leveling and you're level 33 or 34 in the cellar, he scales up so you can fight him and get a if you wanted his shield for some reason. Puncturing of Alacrity, which this happened in Max's stream, we would all have to start drinking now. At 10:45 in the morning, my time. God help you, Max, in Texas. Yeah, I don't know. These epic, drawn-out boss fights are they're amusing in their own way. It's just gonna make it feel so much better when I have the actual MIs I want. Yeah, 3, welcome in. How's it going? The SSF grind is a little grindy. Especially on this build. Helly, so this is my most played game of all time, so I am very, very clearly biased. I would say yes, absolutely. The base game, the thing is, the DLCs are at this point, like, you can play the base game and it's fine, but the DLCs really are what give you all of the kind of a ton of the quality of life and gear that you'll hear people talking about when you're looking at builds. But they do fortunately all go on sale fairly often. Yeah, like Aether is saying, you can skip Crucible. But Ashes of Malmouth and Forgotten Gods you definitely want. And at some point they're actually coming out with a new expansion called Fangs of Astrakarn, which is going to add a bunch of sort of endgame content, more optimized loot farming, and things along those lines that should give the game even more life. But that's kind of been in the works for a while, so I'm not going to give you a date on that. Yeah, usually combat's going to feel a little bit better than this. We're just very woefully undergeared at the moment. Like, when you actually build up a character, it's going to feel a lot better than whatever this looks like at the moment. Yeah, real endgame is just making alts. You find some cool item that you want to play with, and so forth. Exactly. That is sort of the true end game is you just keep coming back and saying, "Ooh, wouldn't it be cool if I did this?" And then you try it.
There was much. I see my scouts have.
Just the person I'm looking. There are two other.
Okay, we are going to side with Vigil. All right, we're going to do the Blaze Herald fight now. I think it's gonna be a little bit of a nightmare, but definitely want the item. We just keep pushing for reckless power, I guess. Yeah, that's also if you like theory crafting, the joke is the main game. You're actually in the Grim Tools website just putting together builds, and then the game is just the simulator. Okay. Alright, we got 5k health, we have Mirror, we have Mavens. We are not going to click on the scary totem. I think we can go this way. It's been a while since I fought this boss. So yeah, this is the boss who drops the item one of the two items we need. And we are going to farm him to get 2 of them because it's not going to be until the end of the Ashes of Malmuth, the expansion, that we get the Theoden weapon. Yeah, this is slow and steady. Okay, phase 2. Put mirror. And we actually got a decent roll. Aether Fire of the Aether. So yeah. So this item is going to give us Pierce to Aether damage, plus the Veil of Shadow, and Aether RR and flat Aether damage to Veil of Shadow. So this is actually huge for us. We're going to want 2 of these for the time being until we get our main other weapon. And since we're here, we can flame the cannons for the Black Legion. Do the shrine. Yeah, Stalwart of Binding. Oh my god, Viley. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Hellies. Yeah, so there right now there are 10 masteries, and you combine 2 masteries to make a class. So there's 36 possible classes. We're playing a Spellbreaker, which is the Nightblade and the Arcanist. But yeah, there's 35 others. All right. I'll tell them we have the cannons. All right, it gets us to level 31. Okay, and this we're good on attribute points and such. There's just double checking that. So we exit the main menu. We're going to go back. We're going to get a second Blaze Herald, and then we're going to just push to level 35 so we can equip them. CT, I mean, would you consider Cocktail, though, as a valid skill for that? Don't bother. Actually, this guy might drop armor. so... But let's not get distracted by killing mobs that aren't doing anything for us. We just want the boss and his item. I'm even skipping the, well, I'm not going to skip this Aether Crystal, but... Or this one. But for the most part... Oop, it's a little painful. You gotta watch the Aether Ground combined with combat in this zone can be pretty rough. Okay, Bloodletters of Readiness Plate Mail. I feel like the Murderers is just better because of the dual blades and Shadow Strike. So it's not good. Oh, Aether to Fizz is... Yeah, we definitely can't use those. Pretty sure the Flesh Warp casks have OA or something for Arcanist. And yet we're not getting any of them. I mean, I killed Moira with Blackwater Cocktail Kibitz. It's not the... It's more of a slow burn, but if you have the Zarthuzelen book and you take the Transmuter as well for the TDM, it'll definitely get you there. If you've never done like a Blackwater Cocktail Elementalist spec'd into regen, I recommend trying it once. You get an obscene amount of health, you get great regen, and you just let your enemies marinate in fire. And we got Warped to the Aether. Okay. We actually got 2 runs, 2 usable items. Alright, so... Yeah, now we just going to double check our Chaos Res is kind of acceptable. And 51 is not great, but It'll be what it'll be. Alright, we just want to get level 35 so we can have real items. Which we'll probably basically get to the end of the stream, put the items on, and then have to wait until Tuesday to use them, but it's okay. Nah, we got the cannon's corn. You even turned in the quest.
May the
Drop some points in spirit. We do actually have some devotion to spend. Okay, we actually can start putting points in Widow. That's going to be nice. Okay, we should be, I think, 3 levels from Reckless Power now. Malkadar. Prisoners are down here. Yeah, let's get the shrine and we need one more Black Legion remains. Oh, there's Bolvar. We don't have great Chaos Res, so this is not the best fight for us. Let's get some health back. I'll go back to Sarah's Bastion. Actually, no, we won't. We need 3 Seals of Binding to continue their quest line, so I think we just go straight through and fight Karaz. Continue the Dervish. Hopefully we get Seals of Binding here. Yeah, get the Alchemist rings, or do a little farming. Steps of Torment's fun anyway. Alright. So... wait for Zarya to come out. Alright, so we need at least one more Seal of Binding somewhere here, which usually is not a problem. Okay, we're level 33 now. Still didn't get that final seal we need, but maybe this level. I mean, at least we're not using an XP pot, so if we have to exit out to just farm another seal, it's not the end of the world. But it'd be nice if we just get one to drop. Alright, so yeah, this fight gets a little interesting just because you get cornered and he has the crystals he drops. Yeah, we don't have the damage to finish him quickly enough. let's pull him to the other side, away from the crystals. There we go. Oop, all the way here. Let's mirror 3, 2, 1. Done. Alright, so we actually don't have the seals of binding. Yeah, Infernal Knight is just a disappointing set. Alright, we're going to reset and find another seal of binding somewhere. And maybe we'll run Cronley again, see if we can get some good Ascended Shoulders. And alright, there we go. Got our seal of binding. But let's actually see if we can maybe get a flesh warp cask. Then we'll try the Cronley. Yeah. That totem isn't going to give me anything I want. If it had the right mobs, I would have fought them, but I'm here for items. So reflect mob. No one wants to drop me a helm. Any demolitionists here will does Vindictive Flame affect Blackwater cocktails? So the flat fire from Vindictive Flame will not. If you have some skill modifier that gives +% fire to Vindictive Flame, that would. But the flat fire is just what Vindictive Flame itself is doing. But like I said, if you had some item skill modifier that said +100% fire damage to Vindictive Flame, then as long as Vindictive Flame was active, that percent damage would apply. But as spells, they're their own Vindictive Flame and Blackwater Cocktail are their own damage. Going to be one Theoden, one Blaze Herald. Alright, we'll I don't want to spend all day farming stuff, but if we can get a helm that's going to give us nice skill modifiers, I kind of want to try. Yeah, game might just not want to drop me good armor. Don't want your shield. Sheltering of Thorns, so that is about the worst roll I can imagine getting, but yeah, let's see. Well, it does still have Pierce Elemental down. We lose Chaos Res, which I guess we can put a Imbued Silver in, but yeah, OADA to Iskandra's, like, it's in plus to Overload. We pretty much, this item I feel like is mandatory for leveling for us. Would have been nice to get a decent roll. Let's do a quick Cronley run as well, and then we can go turn in some quests. Hopefully hit level 35 and be able to equip the Blaze Heralds. Yeah, as much as I love Grim Dawn, I will say sometimes the tooltips and how stuff work is not the most intuitive. Yeah, I mean, Blackwater Cocktail, if you're using it as your damage, you just want to max the Blackwater Cocktail nodes, and also make sure you're taking the Transmuter, which adds cooldown, but gives you total damage modified. And assuming you have the DLC, you want the Zarthuzellan offhand for the conversion and extra damage it does. And then stuff is just going to marinate. Mighty of Ascended Shoulder Plates of Scorching, so we kind of want this for Elemental to Aether. I don't think these are a particularly great roll, though. Like, something with defense would be nice. Overseers of Scorching, I mean, like, Overseers is good. It's a shame. Alright, so we at least have something. The OADA boosts from the helm are going to be nice. I'd like to, if we can get a better shoulder, that would be good. But let's turn in quest, see how close we get to 35, and then okay, so the offhand drops from, it's gonna be a little bit of a sketchy boss. Grand Priest Zarthuzel, and he's on the 3rd floor of Steps of Torment. He drops an offhand that converts all the flat chaos to fire, and I think it also gives some other damage boosts to Blackwater Cocktail. He can be a little bit sketchy if you're playing hardcore. Be careful, but otherwise, he can drop one of two offhands. One is a Vire's Might book. One is a Blackwater Cocktail book. But to really get the most out of Cocktail, you do want that book, assuming you're leveling as fire. Yeah, should have kept Durrani alive. This is a fair point. He is a guaranteed drop for the Ascended Shoulders.
I am told that I could not. When the Legion was forced to abandon the capital, let's see. I've already.
All right, 34. All right, one more level until we actually. Thanks for the follow as well. Okay, one more level. We actually have. I guess we'll just go to Fort Icon. Kill some stuff along the way. Do a little bit of farming. That should get us the 35, and with it, we'll get our first real power boost. Definitely. No XP pots SSF. This definitely does take a little bit of a time to get online. Blaze Herald minimum is 35, and we're level 34. Alright, talking to Creed should get us level 35.
Good. You've arrived. Precisely.
Well, I thought it would get us level 35. Apparently not quite. Alright, that did. And now we are level 35, which means... these go on, that's going to be a pretty significant damage boost, but let's actually get some items on them as well, or components rather. Yeah, I'm not going to upgrade this yet, because we're definitely going to get a better roll. I think we need a Wrathstone. Crack Lodestone we should have. Yeah, we're good there. We got one imbued silver. They'll mostly fix their chaos res. A 1 point reckless power for now. We are going to be, I think we'll use the Haunt Relic if we can. What does that require, though? I don't craft this too often. Haunted Steel, Spectre, Aether Steel Bolts. Alright, that's easy. Haunted Steel requires a bunch of Vengeful Wraiths. Oh, and Seals of Binding. Okay, we need 12 ectoplasms and 12 chilled steel. I don't think we have that. No, we are nowhere close. So we're gonna be relicless for a while longer. Dinner's prepped and waiting, Maddie. Very nice. Anything special or just standard fare? Yeah, we actually do damage now, it seems like. Yeah. Night and day. Impervious. You know what? It's good impervious. A frostbite is garbage, but we will take good impervious unless something better shows up. Vigorous of readiness might actually be better. Chicken Marsala and Biryani are both excellent choices. I'm debating between shrimp biryani or Chipotle shrimp burrito bowl for my lunch. What we're doing now is we're just getting the next rift gate, and I guess we probably should kill the enemies that can drop the flesh warp casks. So we'll do a tiny bit of farming, get a couple of rift gates, and then kind of set ourselves up to start the next stream by killing Ligorian. We finally got our little bit of extra power. And feel like we're not ZDPS anymore. That sounds pretty good, Matty Boy. Enjoy. Alright, so we go here. Put the shrine on the way, and then secure the rift gate. And I'm probably going to be wrapping up soon. I don't see anyone on in terms of people playing Grim Dawn to raid, but if anyone gets on the next 5 to 10 minutes, probably be able to raid you. Can't stay later than that, though. I'm going to make myself some lunch once we get through all this. Drop a portal there. Get the interior rift gate. You mean like one skill possibly proccing another skill? At this point, that's probably probably not going to happen just because of how much it would change. I mean, it's a cool idea, but I feel like the engine of this game is kind of running on fumes. Okay, Vigorous of the Cabal. From just a resistance perspective, that's probably better than what we have. Alright, so we'll turn in these quests, we'll do a little bit of farming, see if we get any gear upgrades. And then I will link you guys a Grim Tools, and we'll continue this on Thursday evening.
Cannot simply march and break things.
Alright, do I almost always side with the witch. Yeah, we side with the witch because at the very least she has augments that are good. It's a good double check to make sure that her pants aren't useful. I mean, +3 nullification is fine. Plus, like, these are not anything I'm going to use, so we'll side with her. And we're not going to give her crafting mats, though. I draw the line there. Yeah, she basically has the Aether version of Creed's Cunning, which, if you don't have any other ideas, is pretty good.
It appears that the
Okay. I can't remember. when I last reset, so just gonna do a quick reset. Ungoliax has a +1 Arcanist amulet. If we get a decent roll on that, I'll treat that as an upgrade. +1 Nightblade belt is also something that's potentially interesting, but yeah, like right now, let's just push Reckless Power a bit more, and then welcome in, Frowsy Dark. Catching us at the tail end. Just getting a little bit of possible farming done to see if we can get some gear upgrades for next stream. Thawing of the Winter Storm. Nope. I'll try. Let's sell some stuff. We'll try Cronley. We'll try Ungoliax one more time. And we're also going to swap out. I think we have a Flesh Warped Cask. I think we take the Clerics of Readiness. These pants are probably an improvement, actually. If they're not, oh well, but it is more armor. Hey Marzola, thanks for the bits. Welcome in, catching me at the tail end, but we got up to level 36. We're going to see if we can get a little bit more in terms of quick gear upgrades. The Raistlin, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Actually, so I think, yeah, the Ascended Shoulder Plates are basically going to fix our Chaos Res. We're still rocking a belt that has 3 armor. So bad. Alright, let's reset. Let's try Ungoliax and Cronley again. We'll do this a couple times, and if we don't get anything, then we'll just call it. Yeah, by the way, Marzola, check out 2 drops, double Aether, double Aether. And it actually rolled the way it was supposed to roll. Didn't have to farm it. Yeah, plus percent damage is global, and yeah, like Wormu said, retaliation damage scales specifically, and pet damage scales specifically. But anything that's not retail or pet damage will be boosted by you know, percent all damage. Probably isn't legal, Violet. I should turn myself into the RNG police. Remember, okay, this is pure. This is basically useless. I really just want a good one decent defensive roll on this. Mystic of Scorch Runes. Like, we're going to definitely try one more time. I'm going to Cronley's Lair, see if we can get some shoulders. Yeah, and, like, these boots are low armor, but at least we got a decent amount of resistances on them, so. And we are nowhere near honored with anybody. So we don't have to worry about buying the faction rich yet. Welcome in, Hesper. Now this is starting up around 8 my time on Saturday is pretty standard. We are close to wrapping up, though. Just trying to get a couple of gear upgrades. We shouldn't have killed Durrani. He'd drop us a shoulder every time, but what's done is done. Fair enough. Most of my streams are in the evening my time. I'm not sure if we're talking past each other, Wormu, or you're responding to someone else, but I was saying that most of my streams are in the evening. Like Tuesday, I'll start around 4 o'clock my time, and same on Thursday. Saturday's morning for me. Resolute. What does Resolute give me? I think Resolute is only stun res. Alright. This is our penultimate run, so we'll do one more. If we don't get anything, we'll put off any farming until next stream, but I think we should be good enough to just be able to progress through Malmoth. If we get a good shoulder here, we'll do 2 Ungoliax runs. If we don't get a good shoulder here, we'll just do 1 of each. Level 37. At some point, we have to start pushing Nightblade. Alright, one more Cronley run, one more Ngoliax run, and we'll make any upgrades and get a Grim Tools out. We have Devotion Point unspent. Yeah, let's start taking Behemoth. That's also tempting and interesting, maybe. The Ascended Cask for the armor and buffs to Maven Sphere protection. And, oh yeah, that's flat Aether, attack speed, and flat armor. And this is just giving 6% OADA, which is not inconsequential, but I think the Cronley Helm might actually be better. Ooh, Shield Breakers, interesting. Alright, one more trip to Pine Barrens. As far as belts are concerned, I think we can craft a +1 Nightblade belt. Negating of Butchery. And what are the other ones? Okay, I think we're going to take the Mark of Plagueis for the Chaos Res.
Need something broken down?
This belt has Chaos Res, which we don't need as much now, especially if we're... Yeah, Pierce is massively overcapped. This is more armor. Its Aether damages conversion, increases armor. Even though Scorching is terrible, I think it's still just... it's better. So... keep the Silk Swatch. And we're going to craft a +1 Nightblade belt. The Legion belt requires a Blessed Whetstone. We should be able to craft a couple of these. Wait, serrated spike and scavenged plating. Maybe we can't. How many serrated spikes do we have? Okay, we have 9 serrated spikes, so do 1 Blessed Whetstone. I mean, +1 Nightblade is going to be better than anything on this belt anyway, so... Legion belt. And Menacing, which actually completely replaces our Chaos Res. Put an Anti-Venom Salve on here. So this amulet gives Pierce, Aether, reduce stun. Mighty of Soul Warding will give me Aether, and yeah, I think this one just wins. Put the Runestone on that. Or Wardstone, rather. Let's take a quick look and see if we have anything that can go on our boots or chest. Oh, we do a Mark of the Traveler now. What about Chains of Oleron? So, in the event we end up crafting a +1 Nightblade relic that requires a Chains of Oleron, last time I did a character, we used our only thing on a chest, which we then had to either destroy or... So I'm going to leave the chest without a component just because I don't want to deal with the frustration of having to destroy the chest if we decide to craft the +2 Nightblade relic. So we have +2 Nightblade, we have +2 Arcanist. I don't think we're at a point where anything really needs to be respec'd because of that. So our percent Aether is up to 600, and it's just going to continue to get better. 6,400 health is pretty nice for where we are. Level 37. So, very slow start today, but we did ultimately manage to get the weapons we needed, and the build is feeling a lot better now. we'll be continuing this on Tuesday. Goal on Tuesday will be to get through Malmoth on normal, get the Theoden weapon, probably get an upgrade for our Blaze Herald as well. That's level 50 something or other. Let's post the Grim tools. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Thanks for all the new follows, and I don't see anyone on, so I think I'm just going to call it here and let you guys find your own way to some other streams. I'll be back on, like I said, Tuesday evening, starting up around 4 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern Time, US. And hopefully see you guys then. Cheers.